right. It is day 19 of the Silent Hill 2 Remake cam hack playthrough. Still ongoing. We're currently looking around the streets of the town in the Otherworld after having left Brookhaven. So we were taking a look around Bar Neely's last we left off. We were going over the hidden Easter eggs across multiple languages for this message that is now on the wall. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die, but you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. A lot of cool things just in the environment in general. I love seeing the Otherworld variations of things. For all these familiar places that we spent so much time looking at in like the first few parts of this playthrough, which feel so long ago now. But we still have so much game left. We're barely at the halfway point. I would say not even quite at the halfway point until we really get through the historical society, the first little part of the prison. These nasty, like, melted metal grates kind of underneath the bricks and layers of reality. Hey, what's up, Yami? But it's cozy? It is cozy. Hey, absolutely solid. Didn't see the Konami showcase today. Did they talk about the Silent Hill 2 movie? No. No information about the movie. Return to Silent Hill is still, not really being discussed. But, I'm thinking it kind of went through a little bit of production hell and got delayed. Maybe they decided to do some reshoots or multiple editing passes or something like that, because it definitely seems like we should have heard more, and things kind of kept getting pushed back. So, hopefully some news about Return to Silent Hill at some point soon. But yeah, not anything that was mentioned during the showcase today. They talked about Silent Hill F, and we got the big announcement that Bloober and Konami are making or remaking Silent Hill 1. It is in development, officially announced. So that's been the biggest news of the day. The two kind of biggest talking points for Silent Hill fans from the entire showcase are Silent Hill F has a UI, where you can see your health bar and your stamina and a moon gauge and a flower gauge, whatever those are. And everybody is immediately shitting on it and being like, what is this? I hate it. It's a Souls-like, blah, blah, blah. Even though we have very, very little context for it yet. So, and it'll most likely be something like, I can almost guarantee you it'll be something you can just turn off if you don't want to look at it. But people are losing their minds over Silent Hill F having on-screen UI elements. Souls-like? Yeah, you know, because Souls games have meters in the corner of the screen. And melee combat. And Silent Hill F has those things. So a lot of people are immediately being like, oh, look, it's Souls-like. I even made a joke during the broadcast. Like, our first Silent Hill Souls-like. And people are already taking it seriously. Typical Silent Hill fandom response? Yeah, exactly. I just want to point out, like, with Silent Hill 2 Remake, with early gameplay trailers and all the early footage and stuff that they showed, that I was very hypercritical of. Like, there were things I thought that looked good. There were things that I hoped would be changed or be different or be options that could be toggled off and all that sort of stuff when we were seeing the first trailers and gameplay for Silent Hill 2 Remake. And then when the game came out, almost all the stuff that I complained about was fixed. The models looked better. Like, the character interactions were better. The things that I complained about with the UI were things that could be toggled off. So, similar to how the fan base kind of reacts to everything, there's a lot of people who are just gonna worry and complain before we actually see what the game is like. But it's not that far away. We can wait. I'll try not to die in the next 103 days. And actually get to play Silent Hill F. And see if it's just a good game. Try to judge it on its own merit. There's a fire extinguisher clipped into the dumpster, just like hiding back there. Trailers are also just a test for public response and feedback? Absolutely. Konami wants to see how people react to stuff. And also, considering how many people reacted negatively towards Silent Hill 2 Remake when they were showing early gameplay and trailers and stuff, I get the feeling that with Silent Hill 1 Remake, we're going to see way less of it. I don't think they're going to show nearly as much of Silent Hill 1 Remake until it's, like, ready to come out. We're still going to most likely get some trailers and some gameplay because, like you said, Oleander, they do want to get some feedback, but I don't think we're going to see nearly as much as we saw when they were first promoting Silent Hill 2 Remake to try and avoid a lot of that negative criticism early on. already hear the payphone ringing off in the distance. Gives me memories of Silent Hill 4 in the apartments when you can call Nurse Rachel's boyfriend's phone number, and you have to find his apartment to get the phone to stop ringing. Silent Hill fandom's rather negative on default, which super sucks, but I really do hope people are more receptive, as you said. So, at the same time, as somebody who has been a part of this fandom since the first game, since 1999, and like watched it grow and evolve, I've been through all the good times, all the high points, I've been through all the bad times, all the low points. There's been a lot more low points than high points from the very beginning to where we're at now. So I 100% understand a lot of the fan base being negative by default. I get it. I totally get that. Because Konami has messed so many things up and ruined so many opportunities that it's hard to trust them. And when it comes to anything new, being like hypercritical of it because of that is just kind of like the default stance that a lot of people take. And again, I myself, I try to be very analytical and still very hypercritical of the things that are being released. But I'm trying to be a little more optimistic about it than a lot of other people. I'm trying to be a little bit more open-minded, and I'm kind of trying not to be so instantly negative about things being slightly different, things changing. It's a 26-year-old series. Things have to change. Things have to evolve. It's something that I've talked about in a lot of my playthroughs over the years, how survival horror and psychological horror need to evolve. Just like any other genre. It's just a matter of how it will be handled. And a lot of times that evolution takes some bumps along the way. You gotta try some things out that don't always necessarily work in order to get to a point where you find out what does work. So you kind of have to take the bad and the good together. And again, just try to hope for the best. If you don't like it, you don't have to support it. But at the same time, if you enjoy it and you want the franchise to continue existing and for Konami to keep pursuing things and to try to let these games evolve to a point, because I would love for psychological horror to affect me and scare me. I would love nothing more than a new horror game that takes me back to being 11, 12, 13 years old and legitimately being scared and disturbed again, even for somebody as sort of desensitized and jaded as me. And I think that is possible. But it's going to just require doing things differently. You're going to have to show me something I've never seen before. You're going to have to do things and have me play games that are unlike anything else I've ever played. And that's real hard to do. So we will see. We will see how things wind up being. I just hope a lot more people can kind of be open-minded and understanding. Ooh, That deep rumbling. The Otherworld laundromat. This is my nightmare. I almost had to resort to going to a laundromat very recently. We still have the washer where there was like, you could examine this in the fog world, and there were like really especially soiled looking sheets. Now it's just like, whatever this even is, I can't even tell. With these nasty, like, bloody and green stains dripping down the side. The Waxag washer. People who hate change need to look at how RE7 literally saved the series. And that's the thing, you know. You can have games that are part of series that are drastically different than how the series started, and still have them be very, very good games. But everybody's entitled to their own opinions. And some people want to hate for the sake of hating, because complaining about things that don't even exist yet on the internet is part of their core identity. They have nothing else to latch on to, so hey. If that's all you got, I'm not going to sit here and take it away from you. But don't come crying to me when I'm playing a horror game and having fun. Like, how could you like this? It betrays everything that the series stands for. It's not even in America. Okay, buddy. I'll be over here having fun. Smacking flower puppet monsters with my pipe. You can stay over there and be miserable. That's fine. You're allowed to do that. Dude, I love the little wisps of fog, like, rolling out from underneath this. Alright. Let's go listen to the phone. I wonder if this is part of the effects or the ambience. Okay, it's part of the ambience. It's a little bit hard to tell. Because of the phone and everything else. But if you listen really closely, you can actually hear whispering very, very faintly here. And it's the hospital director. That same pitch shifted down voice of James. And it's the same in all languages. We're on Japanese language, so it's James's Japanese actor who also does the voice for the hospital director. If you're playing in English, it's Luke Roberts, who also is the voice for the hospital director. But yeah, there's actually like some whispering going on here in the environment. Very, very faintly.
Moshi moshi. Kikoemasu?
We get our letter and our wrench. A very different way that these items were presented in the original Silent Hill 2. Normally you found a map as you were exiting Brookhaven that told you to go to a specific house location and find a letter and a wrench. Here we kind of have the phone draw your attention. The wrench sitting there on the payphone itself, inside the case. And the letter comes through the coin slot after hanging up. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. You should know. The key is in the park, at the feet of the praying woman. The wrench will open the gate. The key will let loose the abyss. Very different letter from how it's presented in the original as well. Same text. I always want to check notes and stuff and see if the text on the paper matches the subtitles and text on screen. Because in some instances, there are some minor changes and differences. Sometimes it's unintentional. They maybe edited the writing and didn't change the asset or vice versa. Sometimes it's intentional, like omitting the word guilt from one of the posters that you can examine and read in Brookhaven. Nothing on the back. We got our letter and our wrench. We're going to turn the game audio up. Yeah, no fancy finger. Maybe not quite that up. I feel like I always have a hard time getting a good audio level for this game. 'Cause I like being able to hear a lot of the ambient stuff in the environments. And at the same time, there's a lot of other stuff that is just balanced very loud. So things will be at like a good level for ambience and background noise and music and everything. But then as soon as I start fighting things or dialogue, tends to be too loud or whatever. Surprising a lot of detail in these little areas back here where you can't normally get to. Are my controls working? Of course not. Let me fix that real quick. Give me a second. This usually tries to break my game for a moment. And it helps for me to switch the scene away because OBS kind of, the encoder gets overloaded. I get a warning message. There we go. Controls are working now. We can clip back here where we're not supposed to be. Freeform 1, there is no information. No new information on the movie. Nothing that's been officially announced. The last I've heard from people who worked on the film and were posting about it on Instagram, it was still in production or post-production. So, presumably it's still happening, but nothing official to go off of. Nothing saying that it's canceled, nothing giving a release date. Your guess is as good as mine. How long ago was that? I mean, that was earlier this year, probably around like February or March. So many of these car models and stuff. Just chilling back here. Stuff you wouldn't normally see. Some very low poly, low texture, or no texture cars here as well. Sort of interesting. When there's a mail truck out of bounds here. Does this one have the Jacob Singer ID? Doesn't look like it. Some more untextured buildings. Stuff kind of making up the background here. Even got some cars back here in the garages. The license plates are rendered even with no other textures applied. It's always interesting to me to see how much these areas actually have rendered in objects and all sorts of stuff, even when the player is not supposed to be able to see it or access it. Oh. Ambient audio cuts out there. Hey, what's up, Denny? Got to ride the tallest roller coaster in the world 2 hours ago. Awesome. Was it fun? Did you have a good time? There's a mail truck with Jacob Singer's ID. There is, but apparently I looked inside like every mail truck except for the correct one. So I haven't seen it myself yet, but it's been confirmed to be a thing that exists. That they've got a Jacob Singer, which is a Jacob's Ladder reference for those who don't know, as a hidden ID badge Easter egg inside one of the mail trucks. T's Italian still has the All-Stars pizza boxes. Pizza that Eddie was eating in the original Silent Hill 2 when you meet him in the bowling alley. Brookhaven Hospital drug hotline posters, stuff that we've seen. A lot of these are the same assets and things from when we were exploring the town in the Fog World. But still cool just to go through and look, check, see if anything's different. Like red stains like blood on the makeup pads. Hiding beyond the window display there. If there's any interiors to these buildings, I'll definitely try to clip in and look. Same main news we've seen before. The Shirk TVs. The Gackless TVs. Some of these old TV models. We've seen all these around. The 1985 antenna radio. Like this very distinct line of grime and stuff that seems to be on the building, but also on the TVs and everything inside. Of course, the Cleaning Lux vacuum cleaner. We've seen this, but it's still just cool to look at. 666 made in hell. A lot of funny little Easter eggs like that on several of the appliances and things like that that you find throughout the game. The blenders and stand mixers are all like Monsterizer brand. Blowout sale, up to 50% off. Another drug hotline. Some more of these posters that we've seen. More car models and everything that we've seen. Arcade game. Chilling in here. Defenders of Horizon. The Space Invaders knockoff. We saw these cabinets in Heaven's Night. Is there a big difference? Brody Telno says, is there a big difference between the city plans in Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2? They are completely different areas. So, I don't even know if we get a big enough view of the town map here. But this is South Vale. So Silent Hill 2 all takes place here in South Vale, which is on the southern edge of Toluca Lake. Silent Hill 1 takes place in Old Silent Hill and Central Silent Hill, which is on the north side of Toluca Lake. So the only time that you go to the north side of Toluca Lake in Silent Hill 2 is when you go to the hotel at the very end, after rowing across the lake. But that hotel is right next to the amusement park, Lakeside Amusement Park from Silent Hill 1. If you go a little further from that, it's right next to the whatchamacallit, the lighthouse and docks and everything that you go to in Silent Hill 1. But yeah, Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2 are completely opposite sides of Toluca Lake, totally different parts of Silent Hill. Delicious cherry pie, homemade. Fresh breakfast. Delicious chicken dinners. I had my own delicious chicken dinner a few hours ago. It wasn't really delicious. It was okay. Food kind of doesn't agree with me lately, so I haven't been eating much. Eating and sleeping have been things that seem to trigger my tachycardia, my super high heart rate, which messes with a lot of other health stuff, so I've got to be super careful about what I eat. And I've been having a lot of trouble sleeping, but I had some rice and chicken. Very basic. Still counts. It was a chicken dinner. Sushkis. Sushkis, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have you tried turning to liquid foods like smoothies or juicing? Yes, I actually do fruit smoothies fairly often. Still messes with me, unfortunately. Not as bad as a lot of other things, but I'm still trying to kind of find my limits. But lately I just don't feel good after eating in general, so I usually don't like to eat. Have you had your thyroid checked? They checked all of those levels when I had my blood work done back in March, and my thyroid seemed like it was fine. The only things that were off during my blood work were my cholesterol was a little bit high, not like dangerously, but like a few points over the normal high-end limit, and my vitamin D levels were very deficient, practically non-existent. So I've been getting more time out in the sun and taking vitamin D supplements and adjusting my diet to try to help with that stuff. But thyroid was perfectly fine. I've got an appointment next week to talk to my doctor about these things, so hopefully nothing too serious. We'll find out. Got our finest old Polish whiskey and detoxidine, a lot of these same bottles and assets and things we've been seeing around. Same brands of soda, menus for the diner. Not too much has changed here compared to when you're here in the fog world. Can't remember if the remake still keeps this detail. I don't think it does. In the original Silent Hill 2, when you're walking through the town streets and everything, the crossing lights and the intersection lights are still on. They're still working. And they actually run on a cycle. So you'll see the crosswalk sign light up. It'll change from stop to cross. And you'll see the street lights actually cycle between red, yellow, and green. Doesn't look like they do the same thing in Remake. They just have the crosswalk sign off and the lights just stay red. Lacking one of those cool environmental details that was in the OG. Not a huge deal, something most people playing probably never even noticed. Do you plan to make a compilation of your discoveries? This is super interesting, but I'm already way behind and don't have much time to watch it. Absolutely. in another 20 days, when we actually finish this playthrough, yeah, I'll go through and I'll edit the more interesting Easter eggs and discoveries into one more digestible video. Maybe it's an Otherworld thing. I mean, it was the Otherworld in the original, too. It's in the same part of the game that we're in right now, the Otherworld city streets after Brookhaven. But everything, like the lights and crosswalks and stuff, are still working. No interiors. Grand Market is empty. I love just how different even the barricades and everything look. Do you know what the next in-depth game you'll do will be? I have no idea. I don't plan things ahead that far. I'm just focused on finishing up this cam hack playthrough, and once I'm done with this, I'll probably start doing some speedruns of this game for a while, because that's something that I still want to learn. So I don't know. I don't know when I'll get around to replaying and doing an in-depth playthrough. It'll just be kind of focusing on Silent Hill 2 Remake until we get Silent Hill F. And then I'll be focused on Silent Hill F. And then working on the Silent Hill 1 Iceberg for YouTube. That's kind of where all my time and effort can be divided right now. It's going to be a deep dive on Fatal Frame, surely. I haven't even played all the Fatal Frame games. So, I'm sorry to ruin that dream. Sorry to ruin that dream for you. But I will not likely do an in-depth story playthrough of anything other than Silent Hill. There's just no other games where I am as knowledgeable and well-researched, where I feel comfortable doing that kind of playthrough, as the Silent Hill franchise. The next closest would probably be the Metal Gear Solid series, which I'm fairly familiar with, and I know a lot of trivia and interesting stuff from those games. Maybe something like Death Stranding. But beyond that, I'm mainly just comfortable with doing Silent Hill in depth. Nub, do you believe in ghosts? You know, it's complicated. It's a complicated answer. For the majority of my life, I've been very scientific-minded. I would say very skeptical of things in terms of ghosts and spirituality and all those kinds of things. I'm a big believer in the power of the human mind. I think the human mind is capable of making us experience and believe things that we simply can't explain. However, my wife is very much believes in ghosts and spirits. And it's one of those things where if I hadn't been with her and experienced some of the things that I've experienced, I would still be as vehemently skeptical about those sorts of things as I had been for most of my life. But ever since meeting my wife, we have experienced things that I do not have an explanation for. We had, when we were in the process of trying to find a house, we spent some time living with her parents, and we were staying in a spare room where we had been having a lot of conversations about some of their old pets who had passed on. And we were back in the guest bedroom. The door was closed. All of the animals in the house were accounted for. So we knew that there was a dog outside in the yard, her parents' dog, Merlin. We had our cats in the room with us, and that was it. We heard a dog growl very loudly at the foot of our bed. And it was like every one of us, both me and my wife, and both of our cats, heard it and reacted to it. We all turned and looked towards where we heard the noise. It was too loud to have been the dog outside, and it was a different sound from the way the dog outside sounds when growling. I have no explanation. I have no logical way to say, like, oh, it was, what was it? Beats me. A ghost dog? A demon pretending to be a dog? Yeah, Rachel is adding some context in chat. She says, nah, I knew that growl. It was specifically a deceased Jack Russell we'd owned named Pogo, and he hated cats. And we were in Pogo's room with our cats. So, Rachel can tell you, I still mostly lean towards skeptic when it comes to, like, an afterlife and ghosts and things like that. But I am also open-minded enough and have experienced enough things that I do not have an explanation for, that I'm a more open and understanding towards the idea of things that we cannot apply logic or a scientific understanding to being part of our reality. Ooh, I can hear more creepy whispering. Some more faint Brookhaven director noises there. Yeah, Rachel says, I've had too many incidents personally, all attempted to be debunked and couldn't be. And again, stuff that I wouldn't have necessarily believed if I hadn't been around to experience it. We've also had similar things happen in the house that we live in. Times where both of us saw things or heard things, and we're used to the house and the noises that it makes. We're used to our cats and each other and the sounds that we make. And yeah, there's stuff that we have a difficult time that, like I said, I don't have a logical explanation for. Even though I still try to adhere to that logic, science-minded skepticality of my worldview, I'm also understanding of the idea that we as humans have probably not developed as a species to be able to understand and interpret everything in the universe around us. And there's a lot of stuff that is just kind of beyond our understanding. Sorry, kind of a long answer conversation there. But I would say, like I said, it's kind of complicated. Here's that police department, Silent Hill police department logo that we looked at all the way back in the early parts. For anybody who didn't catch all those details, you can see that the police department has many allusions in its symbol, in its shield emblem here, that make it align with the cult. So we've got cult symbols. These are specifically symbols that are part of the Halo of the Sun from Silent Hill 3. We have a statue of Jennifer Carroll, who is known as Saint Jennifer within the cult's belief system. One of the people who essentially was persecuted by the Christians within the town, and has a monument in Rosewater Park. There's a big painting of her in the church in Silent Hill 3. Another part of the Halo of the Sun symbol there. So, Silent Hill, New England Police Department seems to be intertwined with the cult. Speaking of police, it would be amazing if Bloober makes a Sybil campaign for Silent Hill 1 Remake, a la play novel. I mean, considering some of the references and research and everything that Bloober team did in preparation for the development of this game, them having some stuff to refer to play novel would not be an absurd idea. I would love for them to have some references to play novel, or even a full-on Sybil playable scenario. I don't know if we'll get that much, but hey, it would be cool. Love the ambient sounds, all the street lights still sort of flickering. Very David Lynchian. David Lynch loves utilizing the sounds of things like electricity crackling to add a sort of ominous and foreboding feel to a lot of environments and scenes. We still have that water staining the map effect whenever we open it to see where we are. My point is, it wouldn't say New England on the police cruiser. In fact, it probably wouldn't even say the state unless it was state police. Again, just odd. Yeah, it just sort of depends. If they're just like local police, usually they go by the county that you're in the United States, or just the city. So it would just be Silent Hill or whatever. If, like you said, if it was state police, it's more common they would just put Maine, and we've already seen other references to Maine. It's in like newspaper machines, Maine newspapers, and other direct references in the remake to the state of Maine kind of being our location. So it is a little bit odd, but hey, similar to like the school bus. Just saying Silent Hill School, when the only school that's in the town is Midwich, as far as we know. But maybe there's other schools, other districts in places that you just never see in the games. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. Did you say this takes place in Maine? Yes. Silent Hill is set in Maine. Could be how it works in Poland. That's the thing to keep in mind. Because they're Polish developers, they might not have some of the exact specifics on how those things work. Hope the sewers are free of Pennywise. I mean, I know you're making a joke, Sam Tales, but that's exactly why the town is set in Maine. The original developers were extremely influenced by Stephen King. Stephen King, literally a poster of Stephen King holding a shotgun, is in the diner in Silent Hill 1, where you first wake up. There are posters for Carrie found on the walls of buildings in Silent Hill 1. The plot of Silent Hill 1 borrows very heavily from two major Stephen King works, Carrie and The Mist. There's a ton of Stephen King in the DNA of Silent Hill. So, the games are set in Maine as somewhat of a tribute to him. Because when the game was very, very first being developed... Oh, we just got Mary's gasp in the environment here. Because when Silent Hill 1 was very, very first being developed, they were going to set it in Illinois. It was going to be around Chicago. Even some early builds of Silent Hill 1, some of the demos and like the trade demo and stuff, you still have Buffalo written on the side of the police cars. You've got interviews with the developers from that time saying that they were location scouting around Chicago after E3. There's newspapers in Midwich on the walls that are Chicago news. So at one point, they were looking at setting the game in Illinois, around Chicago. But they decided to leave it ambiguous for the first several games, with allusions, little hints that it takes place in New England and Maine. And then for the Silent Hill 4 soundtrack, they give a fake address for the location of Heaven's Night from this game, from Silent Hill 2 original, rather. And the fake address is a Maine state address, which is the first time it was like kind of officially recognized as where Silent Hill is. Construction area, keep out. That sign won't stop me. I can't read. Look at the size of those bricks. They just stretched the brick texture to plug up this back wall. I mean, you're not supposed to be back here and see it this closely. Kind of funny. Sushkis asks, kinda out of left field, but are you familiar with Undertale / Deltarune? I'm familiar with it. My very first playthrough of Undertale back in like 2016, I actually was going to stream a playthrough of it, and I had fucking rabid, stupid fans ruin it for me like day one. And I never finished it or went back to it because of that. I literally went into it completely blind. I had messages in chat and on screen and in the title and everything telling me, telling people don't spoil anything, don't ruin anything. I'm going in completely blind. I don't know anything. So don't explain anything. Don't tell me about story or game mechanics. Don't tell me about anything was the rule. Just let me enjoy the game and play it how I want to play it. So I didn't know about the whole pacifist or murder everything sort of gameplay. I went into it just playing it like a normal RPG, which is the intended first experience for that game. You're supposed to play it thinking that it's like a typical RPG, that you're supposed to just fight and kill things as you come across them until you realize that that's bad and it's affecting the game. And then you do your follow-up playthroughs with that knowledge in mind. Yeah, people ruined it for me day one. It's also a big reason why I don't do first playthroughs on stream very often anymore. Just because people don't understand the concept of don't spoil shit. And if I'm going to play a game and not interact with chat just to avoid spoilers, then I might as well just play it on my own anyway. So That's my Undertale experience. My head hurt. That's what I wanted a shot of. I wanted to see the mouth actually open while it's screaming. Tongue. Tentacle. He's gonna fall. And there it goes. One second. Catching up on chat. Freeform. Also, is James... I wonder if James used to crush beers while watching Crusher Dan with Mary. Also, is James even an actual former alcoholic? If so, I feel that theme was touched on too lightly. I mean, there's dialogue in the original Silent Hill 2 that explicitly states... when you examine empty alcohol bottles in Heaven's Night, in OG Silent Hill 2, James has internal monologue where he says, alcohol bottles. I don't have time for this right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I used to drink a fair bit or a fair amount, something like that, to get away from the pain, the loneliness. Anyway, I don't need it now. So that's the dialogue in OG Silent Hill 2. That's like the implication of James drinking. He, in his own words, says he used to drink a fair bit to get away from the pain and the loneliness. After Mary was in the hospital, after her condition started to worsen, he was drinking to cope with his life falling apart, his wife dying, everything. We don't know the exact extent to his drinking or how much it may have affected him or anything like that. So for the remake, instead of having that dialogue, because this game doesn't really have text or anything like that, instead it's inferred through the acting during the Heaven's Night scene with Maria, when she offers him a drink and he sits there and refuses, but still looks longingly at that alcohol. Like it's making him think about the times where he did drink for those reasons. So that's kind of where the direction the remake takes it. Makes it seem like it wasn't a real alcohol problem, just a coping mechanism. I mean, very real alcoholism can stem from people doing it as a coping mechanism. One does not negate the other. But again, those are details left up to your interpretation. There's not a lot of detail or information around that aspect of James's character, just that he did drink. Back to Rosewater Park. You're in this little tunnel area. Now that we're finally here without clipping out of bounds, which we were doing last time. Take a little look around Rosewater again before we have this cutscene with Angela. Rosewater seems mostly the same as when you're here in the fog world. Still the same Patrick Chester statue and writing and everything. Gates are locked, but that won't stop me. Just want to look around at the docks and everything a bit closer now that it's the Otherworld and you're not normally supposed to be over here. For those who didn't know, we discovered this the first time through Rosewater Park in this playthrough. Feels like a lifetime ago, but if you look at the back of the statue here, this is the same Jennifer Carroll sort of like base of the statue, just rotated around so that you can't view the text from the other side. Probably just a case of reusing the asset for this particular statue, but just thought that was kind of interesting. Invisible wall. Doesn't let me come all the way out to the end of the gazebo. That won't stop me. Look how bright the lighthouse is. Oh. And then it's gone. Comes back. Is it actually on a rotating cycle? Oh, it's like flickering. And then goes out. Comes back. Interesting lighting effect. Oh. Well, I thought it was the lighthouse. It's meant to look like the lighthouse. It's actually just a floating light. That's just a few yards out. I mean, hey, the effect works. Can you see if anything's under the gazebo? Sure. I mean, we did an extremely thorough look at all of this in the fog world. We ran around on the bottom of the lake bed and looked at like everything around here. There's not really anything out there. The coolest things that we found in Rosewater Park, the most interesting details were this over here, which is still there. You have these notes that you can't examine, like you can't read them normally. But if you zoom your camera way in with the cam hack, we've got lots of little bits of lore here. Toluca Lake is owned by the National Trust, but rented out to a private tenant. It's letting people know you're not allowed to land there. If you're out boating on Toluca Lake, you're not allowed to go to the little island, the rebirth ending island. The fact that they mention it's home to a monastery since the 1800s. So yeah, there's all these other things. I'm not going to go through the whole thing again because we did that in a previous part of this playthrough. So you can always check it out there. But yeah, there's a lot of neat little details there. Little references to the private tenant and the monastery, the rebirth ending church area on that little island. Little references to the little baroness one of the ships that sank in Toluca Lake that was originally mentioned in a Silent Hill 2 memo in the prison, and then was expanded upon for the story of the Silent Hill arcade game. In memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake, which is one of the new elevator game show questions for the remake. Ice cream carts, coffee and waffles, all these things that have replaced my beloved hot dog cart. My beloved hot dogs and pretzels from the original are no more. We've also got these strange drawings that can be found hidden behind assets in certain areas. I believe these all correlate with locations where you use the blue gem for the UFO ending. So, a lot of cool little details. Cool to see that all of that is still out here and rendered, even in Otherworld, when you're not supposed to be out here. Here's our Silent Hill tourism pamphlet written by Roger Widmark. Very similar to, it's almost identical to the one in the original game. Same editor. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. There's no better place than here to let go of your busy schedules and finally enjoy a relaxing vacation. Rows of quaint, rustic houses mark a gorgeous mountain landscape, and as the dawn turns to dusk, the surface of Toluca Lake shines a whole range of dreamlike colors. Silent Hill will move you and fill your heart with peace. We're more than certain your time here will be pleasant and leave you with memories that will stay with you forever. And then stuff advertising various places and locations around the town. Bar Neely's, Pete's Bolorama, the Historical Society, boat trips on Lake Toluca, Jack's Inn, T's Italian Restaurant, quiet cocktails. Somebody left their straw hat and bag. We've seen the same bag in Heaven's Night. I think the hat was also in Heaven's Night. First time through, this gate is locked, but now it's left open. I love the contrast of the bright floral themes in this game, kind of contrasted against the more dingy and dark environments. Get these really bright flowers and petals everywhere. Me heart she. Could be an allusion or a reference towards James and Mary and their time here. Could also be a reference towards Mary and Laura. since we've got some similar imagery of a woman kneeling down with a young girl. Woman's head missing. Just to kind of give that symbolism, implication of death. Block off the pathway here with the ice cream cart. But everything on this side is actually still rendered in, of course. Still have all the chessboards and tables and stuff set up. They just wanted to make sort of a linear path through the park so that you have that interaction with Angela. And there is Angela, standing here looking at Jennifer Carroll's monument. Kind of having a moment. And I want to try something a bit different here. We're going to turn the volume up. I want to turn the voices down a little bit. And I want to turn... We mostly want to listen to the effects and the ambient sound. So I'm going to turn the music way down, pretty much off. We're going to have the voices on very low. Because I want people to hopefully pick up on some of the audio details during this cutscene. Because this is a really interesting cutscene. So this is not in the original. This whole scene with Angela is completely new. So in some of the previous parts of this playthrough, and in story playthrough, I was talking about James sort of masking his true self. He is delusional, not only about what he did, why he's here, how he perceives reality, but also the type of person that he is. And subconsciously, he is trying to convince the other characters that he interacts with and comes across, like Angela and Eddie and Laura, that he's a normal person. He even has the, like, I'm not crazy, at least I don't think so, type of line with Angela, even in the original. So it's an aspect of his character that was emphasized in some new ways for the remake. One of the ways that they emphasize that is by having James mimic other characters. So Angela has this nervous sort of body posture where she holds one arm and across herself like this. James mimics this same body language when he first meets Maria. He holds his arm and crosses himself off, kind of putting a barrier between him and her, and self-soothing by holding his own arm. So elements of Angela's behavior become mimicked by James in that moment. And then we have Eddie. So this entire time, James has been very one-track mind. The only thing that matters is finding Mary. He doesn't care about his own safety. When Angela warns him that the town might be dangerous and the fog and everything, he says he doesn't care because he's here to find Mary. He's here to find somebody. So leaving the town, just getting out of here, is not even a thought that has crossed his mind until he meets Eddie. So Eddie wants to just leave. And when James first finds Eddie, Eddie is like, hey, maybe we should stick together. We can get out of this town. And James is like, no. I've got to find somebody. So you're on your own. So now, during this cutscene with Angela, James is going to mimic Eddie's behavior of, hey, let's stick together and try and get out of this town. Trying to convince Angela that he is normal and reacting to this creepy town in a way of like, let's team up and get out. Angela misinterprets the way James comes across as sort of being attracted to her, which is something that she picks up because of her sexual abuse and trauma that she sustained throughout her life from her father and from her brother. So she's projecting that onto James, the way that James is speaking to her. And then there's a turning point where Angela starts seeing manifestations and the other world, even though James is not seeing it and we as the player are not seeing it during this cutscene. So James is going to say to Angela, like, have you seen a little girl? In reference to Laura. And that's a triggering moment for Angela because of her abuse. She was a little girl when her father first started abusing her. So that sets Angela off. And it gives way to her otherworld and seeing manifestations. When that happens, pay close attention to the way the scene plays out. Angela is no longer looking at James. She's no longer talking to James when that happens. Her eyes get distracted to an area next to James where there is nothing visible. James starts asking Angela, like, what's wrong? Angela replies with, you shouldn't be here. She's not talking to James. She's talking to her father, who has just manifested in front of her. The reason why I just adjusted the audio is because you can hear when her father shows up. You can hear his footsteps on the gravel next to James. James even has a moment where he turns and looks to see if something is there, and he doesn't see anything, just like we as the player don't see anything before she runs off. So hopefully I adjusted the audio correctly. Keep all of those things in mind while we watch this scene. I'm also going to pull the camera out a little bit so we'll have a slightly different camera view of the scene as it plays out.
Angela. なあ、大丈夫か。
昔はこんな場所じゃなかったのに。ずっと変わらないものなんかないってこと？
ああ、そうだろうね。
きっともうこの町にはいないのよ、ジェームス。
誰が？
私のママ。ママはもう私に会いたくないんだわ。
Sorry, I'm just going to adjust the volume so that this section is a bit louder to try and pick up on the footsteps and subtle sound cues here.
なぜそう思う？ とにかく君に会えてよかった。
会えてよかった。
生きてたってこと。
ああ、そうね。もう行かなくちゃ。
あ、まだ私が一緒に行くのは嫌か。一緒にいれば出られるかもしれない。
出るってどこ？
この町だ。サイレントヒル。
いいえ、結構よ。
そうか。あ、この辺で小さな女の子を見てないか。
女の子？
ああ、実はアンジェラ、大丈夫か？アンジェラ。
ダメ。来ないで。なんでここにいるの？
アンジェラ、落ち着いて。
いや、触らないで。
So there you go. You literally hear Thomas Orozco's footsteps start approaching. There's a lot of footsteps too. Those are approaching. Yeah. Like you hear. She is seeing her father. She is seeing her otherworld. She is seeing her manifestations, even though the player's not seeing them. James is not seeing them. But we hear it. The fact that it's such a subtle thing. If you don't adjust the audio and you've got the normal background music going, I mean, you can barely tell that they're there. But you also have the subtle mocap, the visual acting, the physical acting of Angela having this face-to-face conversation with James, and then she looks away from him, even though we can't see what she's looking at. The fact that James turns to look in the same direction to see if there's something there, and there's not, and then having those subtle footsteps. Turn this back down before we go shooting a gun, and it blows everyone's ears out. But, dude, such a good scene. For one of these completely new added scenes to the remake, something that was not in the original whatsoever, I love the addition of this scene. It's so cool. There's so many subtle details like that as part of it. It's very sad. Like, immediately I feel sad for Angela. The little bit of hope and happiness in her voice when James says he's happy to see her, and then immediate disappointment when he's like, you know, just glad that you're alive. Like, I'm glad there's someone else alive in the town other than me. It's not about you. It's about me not being alone. So that immediate change in her tone of voice, in the Japanese and in the English as well. Wonderful performances, great mocap, great voice performances in both languages that I've heard anyway. And again, just the little subtle details of Angela experiencing something that we don't even see. We just get tiny little hints at what she's perceiving, her own reality. That's damn good. That's damn good, Bloober Team, for something that they had to make up and include on their own with no reference from the original. And I love the ominous music and view of Jennifer Carroll's monument while James is digging this box up out of the ground. And we get the Historical Society key. We get fancy fingers. My patient buried it here. I knew but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the old society was sealed. No one dares to approach that place. Now I offer you the key. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. I love that we start getting these creepy moments just like the original where James is being addressed directly. It seems to be from the perspective of someone like Brookhaven's hospital director. My patient buried it there. But at the same time, addressing James directly and the type of information still shows that it's being tailored by James's own subconscious as well. Now, Nick's Sakura Rage. Now I'm wondering if Eddie also has something similar where we as James are barely perceiving his other world like that. Yeah, we get hints to that as well. Every time you see Eddie, you can see his breath as though everything around him is cold. We never see that from other characters, even when they're in direct proximity of Eddie. For Eddie, everything seems to be cold. And you see that in his breath, in all of his sequences, all of his scenes. And Eddie is being pursued by the bully. So this person that Eddie was bullied by, this football player, that's the whole reason that Eddie's here. He shot his bully in the leg, ruining their football career, and also shot and killed their dog. And Eddie himself is being tormented by this bully over and over. So by the time you confront Eddie towards the end of the game or towards the end of the labyrinth, you have a scene that is new to the remake where Eddie is shooting the corpses and saying, like, how many times do I have to kill you? From our perspective, we're seeing what James sort of is perceiving in his reality. James is suicidal. He came to the town to take his own life, not because of a letter. The letter is proven to not be real. It disappears from your inventory over the course of the game, and Mary's body's in the backseat of his car. James came here to kill himself in Lake Toluca so that he could be in the afterlife with Mary. And then he blocks all that out in a delusion. That's what you see happening in the bathroom at the very beginning of the game. His delusion taking hold, reality sort of slipping away from him. So James, his subconscious, is portraying that suicidal tendency by seeing visions of his own corpse all throughout the town. Everywhere that he goes, he keeps coming across his own corpse. We also get an idea of how much he is in denial of this aspect of his own mentality, because he never acknowledges that these are clearly corpses of him. So when we start that confrontation with Eddie, Eddie is yelling and shooting because the corpse to him is his bully that he's already killed many times, saying, how many times do I have to kill you? From our perspective, it looks like James's corpse. So we're seeing James's otherworld and Eddie's otherworld overlapping when they finally confront each other at the end of the labyrinth or at the end of the prison. So we also get little hints of that. The idea that Eddie's victims are all unique models. They're not just James corpses like everything else that we see, showing that they are something unique to Eddie. Masahiro Ito confirmed that they are manifestations. They're not real people that were just in the town. So it's something being manifested for Eddie. So we do get some little glimpses. We do get some little glimpses as to what Eddie's otherworld is potentially like. Before meeting Eddie, James finds a body in a refrigerator, adding again to Eddie's cold theme. Yes. And ultimately, we wind up confronting Eddie in a giant walk-in refrigerator, a big meat locker. When we get to the prison, Eddie's victim who's dead on the prison cafeteria table is underneath an air conditioning vent that is frozen. None of the other areas are frozen, but that particular victim has frost on them, and that air conditioning vent above them is frozen, blowing out this cold air. Again, keeping in theme with Eddie's cold otherworld. Kind of the opposite of Angela's hot and fire-filled otherworld, which is alluded to in the staircase scene. Angela is perceiving fire everywhere. James doesn't see the fire, but he feels the heat. He says it's hot as hell in here. He doesn't say, holy shit, everything is on fire, we gotta get out of here. He just says it's hot. Angela assumes that James can see it because of his comment, and then says, for me, it's always like this. So we can assume Angela has a very fire-themed otherworld. Eddie has this very cold-themed otherworld. And for James, it's all about water and decay. He came here to take his own life by driving into Toluca Lake. He's suicidal, and he can't stop thinking about how this damn disease took his wife Mary from him. So for James, his otherworld is disease and water. Oh, look, another nub. See? Nub reference. Masahiro Ito has said that In Water is his favorite ending. Guy Sihi, the original James actor, said that the In Water ending was the one that was written first, and that the team put the most sort of effort and thought behind as well. That was the first ending that was like given to him as the overall story. Snow is exclusive to Harry, wonder why. Silent Hill 1 is not about Harry. We are not seeing Harry's Otherworld. Everyone in Silent Hill 1 is experiencing Alessa's Otherworld. Now, you could argue Shattered Memories having its ice and cold themes, but even that game, spoilers if you don't know Shattered Memories, is not about Harry. Harry is not... He is the main character of the gameplay, but in terms of story, the main character is Cheryl, who is seeing Dr. Kaufman for therapy. Harry doesn't exist. Harry was already dead. See, the interior is normally accessible. My controls broke again. Hold on. Let me fix this really quickly. Made it. Well. Oh, I guess I never unlocked all this when we came through in the fog world. So there's still things in here. Snow is exclusive to Alessa Cheryl. Any reason for that? Not that's given like a specific reason in the original Silent Hill. I think it's Ash, not Snow. Personally, you are wrong. Ash was the movies. It is 100% confirmed that it was Snow in the games. It's only Ash in the movie. The movie is completely different from the games. The mass layoffs at Brookhaven Hospital. Again, we've got Maine newspaper. The layoffs we reported on last month are continuing. Over 10 people have been let go, which has reduced the hospital staff by more than half. If the situation does not improve, staff shortages will put patients at risk. Brookhaven is a hospital with a long history. It was established in 1810 when a deadly epidemic swept through the Silent Hill area. Ever since, it has incessantly brought help to the residents of the town. However, more and more have made their voices heard of how the presence of a psychiatric hospital in the middle of the town has a negative impact on the local community. Residents fear that an incident from 2 years ago might repeat itself. What that incident is, they don't fully go into. Possibly the Walter Sullivan case? Or some other unrelated incident, something with the hospital director and the deaths of patients. The writing on the newspaper actually matches the text given. Bowling alleys. Bowling alleys arrive. Start installation work. Stuff about Pete's Bowlerama. Save on something cleaning. Something garments. 2 for the price of 1. Hospital and heart. Something. Little details there on the newspaper. A lot of the same props and assets we've seen already. The power lube. 100% pure paraffin base. Imperium paint. No light bulbs hiding in cans. No fun little Easter eggs in the writing on the batteries. We had seen all these in some of the other mechanic shops and things like that. A lot of the same posters and calendars that we've seen around. Several dates are given on memos and receipts and calendars. So even though there is like a 1983 calendar, we find all sorts of years, all the way up to 1999. Everything from like 78 or something was like one of the earliest ones. And then 1999 is the latest. We kind of just find random stuff. Can't really be used to try and create a timeline. I think intentionally left vague, just as it was for the original. Workout poster, double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon. What looks to me very clearly to be Maria. It makes me wonder if they had originally done a similar dog ending that wound up being cut. Because in the dog ending of Silent Hill 2 original, you get a shot of Maria wearing this sort of like pink lingerie. You kind of get little still shots of all the characters in silly predicaments during the dog ending in the original game. And that is one of the things that was cut or is not in the remake. You just get a normal credits after the dog ending. This to me looks like maybe they had designed assets and we have like Maria in the swimsuit or lingerie here, but they wound up not using it, not making that entire montage of the character photos. Another poster of a girl here, specifically with dark hair, unlike the very similar color and style of Maria there. Oh, we've got another hammer. Is this another old boy hammer? Or is this a normal hammer? Because there is a hammer model that we've seen used that has the words old boy carved into the side of it, a reference to the film Old Boy. I don't think it's on this one, but we found a couple hammers in Brookhaven that are little Easter egg references to Old Boy. What's up, Sale? Nub has probably expressed his Silent Hill 1 remake thoughts. Is there a VOD going to be posted about it? It's already up. It's already on the main YouTube channel. If you want to watch the raw video when we watched the Konami presentation live this morning, it's on the archive channel. And if you want to see the edited version that's kind of cut down for brevity's sake, that's up on the main YouTube channel. There's not a whole lot of opinions that I have about it because we don't know anything yet other than it's confirmed Bloober Team is doing it and it's in development. But there's no gameplay, there's no trailer, there's nothing to like have an opinion on just yet. But I do have my reaction to it being revealed live and my thoughts on it, my theories about what they might do in terms of like involving some of the members of original Team Silent. So if you want to go and watch that, that is up on the main YouTube channel. Hey, Civ. This has been interesting to watch. Thanks. I'm glad you have been enjoying it. And this is day 19 of an ongoing series of doing this cam-hacked playthrough for Silent Hill 2 Remake. So if you're enjoying this, definitely check out the VODs. Check out my YouTube channel if you want to catch up on the last 19 days worth of looking around at everything in the town, finding Easter eggs, seeing what stuff is out of bounds, and just sort of discussing the games and their lore. And if you're just a Silent Hill fan in general and you're new to the channel, welcome. This has basically been my obsession, the Silent Hill series, since the first game in 1999. I've spent a lot of my life playing these games and learning about them, researching them, reading every single interview by every single developer, talking with a few developers myself, and asking questions. And for the last 10.5 years, I've been streaming the Silent Hill series here on Twitch and making videos about it, so it's a big part of what I do. It's the main focus of my channel and my videos, so if you like informational Silent Hill type stuff, I have literally thousands upon thousands of hours covering every single game in the series. So not too much is different here at Jack's Inn, at least not in here. But there is one new Easter egg in one of the hotel rooms. Is the safe still there? We'll check before we go over to the hotel. Safe is still there. Mannequin blood is still there, yeah. So here at room 106, This is the room that Heather and Douglas stay in when they first arrive to Silent Hill in Silent Hill 3. So we have Douglas's hat sitting over here on the chair. Just some little Easter eggs and things referencing Silent Hill 3. And now that it's the Otherworld, this was not here before. You can see that there is a halo of the sun. A significant marking from the cult in Silent Hill 3. So everything here has been ripped open and revealed the halo of the sun itself being on the wall. We've also got Morse code on the TV. So there are several TVs like this throughout the game. This particular Morse code message is the same as the ones that we saw in Brookhaven, where it's just repeating the phrase again and. So if you translate this Morse code, it is again and again and again and again on loop. There's also a TV in the Woodside Apartments that has another Morse code message that says, "Why did you do it, James?" Really, really neat, subtle details. Added by Bloober Team. We can actually examine it. We can examine it and look up close. Oh my god, I hadn't heard that one. Yeah, the Morse code thing. Let me pull up. I made a post about it on my YouTube channel a while back. So let me pull up this person's YouTube so that they get credit. It's Sheba on YouTube who discovered this. But there is the video. And if you check out Sheba's channel, you can see those Morse code messages and the TVs and a breakdown of their translation. Freeform, doesn't this technically imply Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 happened before Silent Hill 2? Not at all. These are just Easter eggs. This is fan service. I don't think any of this is meant to be taken literally as indication of a timeline of events. I think it's supposed to be fun little things for fans to find and go, I recognize that. And even if you do try and imply that it's some sort of element that gives you an idea into a time frame or a timeline of events, time doesn't work correctly in Silent Hill. Even if you're not a fan of the loop theory, the way I don't believe in loop theory, it goes against many of the things the original developers have stated with their ideas and intentions for the story and the characters. It's loop theory in this game is part of the Bloober Team trying to include all possible fan theories in ambiguous ways. They wanted to include references to the community theories that have existed since the original game, and loop theory was a theory back with the original game. It wasn't invented for the remake. It was a lot of fans' early interpretations for the reason of James's corpse being found around town, something that was later disproven by developers like Masahiro Ito, confirming those aspects of the story and the characters. But again, if you have fun connecting those dots and believing in those theories, then by all means do it. But even without loop theory or anything like that, time itself, reality, is not functioning normally in Silent Hill. It can show you things from the future. It can show you things from the very distant past. We're about to go to the Historical Society and go into a prison that does not exist anymore. It was a prison that existed where the Historical Society now stands, back in the 1800s, but it was decommissioned and torn down. Like, elements of history and future and things being taken out of place, out of time, and presented to you in the way that you perceive reality is a big part of what the town's power is able to do. So, looking at this, the room, the references, I don't think it's at all an indication that Silent Hill 3 happened before 2. I think, first and foremost, it's fan service. And even if you want to try to think of it in terms of lore, you can't take things at face value, because the town can present so many things out of place and out of time. We can still interact with Maria's classic outfit up here. Still in the closet. One of the more obvious little references and things that are in this game. Maria's OG Silent Hill 2 outfit. She even picks it up and poses with it to be, like, exceptionally obvious about it when you first come through here in the fog world. Ezio says this is your favorite of the new Yamaoka tracks. I really like this one too. I like this one too. This one, a lot of these tracks where it's mostly that droning ambient background tone with just a few little piano strokes here and there, like those little dissonant key presses. This type of composition reminds me so much of Yamaoka's score for Shattered Memories. And I feel like that has been kind of his style for a lot of the later stuff that he's done. And we even heard a song during the Konami presentation this morning, which presumably is one of his tracks for Silent Hill F. And it sounds, again, very similar to this, just with guitar instead of piano. And is very much in that vein of kind of Shattered Memories vibes. Oh, Baldwin Mansion. Still has some random stuff here, but is otherwise not rendered in. Let's try teleporting over here. Let's grab this white chrism. The glass bottle containing milky white anointing oil. The label says, "I deny thee," on it. A lot of the little details from the Baldwin Mansion, which was where the Born from a Wish sub-scenario from the original game took place, where you play as Maria. About the story of Ernest Baldwin, who was trying to utilize the cult's rituals and the rebirth items to bring his own daughter back who died. Her name is Amy Baldwin. We can actually find a lot of Amy's things here. Her crayons, drawing paper, little box where she stored the crayons and mirror, her journal, several of her toys. Why does everyone in Silent Hill 1 experience Alessa's Otherworld so vividly? Is it because of her supernatural powers, or the gestating god inside of her? Why not both? ¿Por qué no los dos? She's a very real little girl with very real psychic abilities that could be enhancing the way the Otherworld is affected and created. And the god, through the power of the town, is very real, being manifested into reality and affecting things around her. Her powers are also being enhanced by her torture and pain. I don't know if it's necessarily her powers being enhanced. Dahlia describes the torture and pain as being something necessary to grow the god, and the more real the god becomes, the more impact the god might be having on the Otherworld, and on reality in general. But could still be potentially affecting Alessa's powers as well. Same billboards and everything that was here in the Fog World. There's our destination, the Silent Hill Historical Society. Earth Day at Toluca Lake, the story of yesterday. Nathan Avenue. Dance company, classic ballet, jazz. Sakura Rage says Claudia does seem to say in 3 that filling the heart with hatred is what allows God to grow inside its mother. Yes. But that is established with Silent Hill 1. Dahlia says the same thing at the end of Silent Hill 1. Claudia is repeating it because she's part of the same cult, the same belief structure. So that's how she understands the ritual to work as well. Which is why you get a lot of really cool moments in Silent Hill 3 when you understand that aspect. Like when Heather first meets Vincent. So Vincent is also a member of the cult, who also understands that that's how the ritual works, that's how the god grows, and Vincent does not want God to be born. For him, that would be too inconvenient, as he puts it. So when Heather first meets Vincent, Vincent is kind of being coy and catty about how he talks to Heather until he mentions Harry. And then Heather gets pissed off and says, "Don't you talk about my dad like that," and slams her fist on the door. Vincent immediately is like, "Please calm down." Because those negative emotions that he just made Heather feel, he knows that they are feeding that god. They're causing it to grow more. So even though he wanted to have his little bit of fun and kind of take his little jab towards Heather, he recognizes like he can't push it too far, because if Heather starts feeling pain or anger or fear to that degree, that's all just feeding the god. The exact opposite of what he wants to happen. So he tries to put her at ease after that. Nub, do you think the priest mentioned in the prison is a nod to Vincent? Like, of course, there's a priest in the prison, but what if a nod to Vincent too? Not a direct nod to Vincent, no. I don't think it's, like, meant to be a deliberate reference to his character specifically. But there are many things in the remake that I think are there to sort of invoke the idea and concepts and themes and characters from other games. There's pieces of clothing that look similar to other characters' clothing. There's lines of dialogue that sort of are parallels or similar to other characters in quotes from other games. There's memos that sort of give the idea and again, imagery that sort of invokes the ideas and thoughts. It's to make the player think of those things without being a direct reference to them. So it feels like something that kind of falls into that category. It's not specifically mentioning Vincent, but you're supposed to get an idea of this character that is comparable to Vincent. Garage jack lever. All this stuff that I didn't do when we were going through the fog world. It's funny to see it all still the same interactables and everything at this point in the game. I was curious how the game would actually like handle a lot of that. Didn't you do this? Did I? On the cam hack? Did I actually get this? And I remember looking around. And talking about stuff at the gas station, because that's when Silent Hill 3 and 4 environment artist Hiroko Usuda had joined us and was commenting about some stuff in chat. So that's where we were in the fog world. First time through this area. But I don't think I ever actually got the jack lever and went and opened up the garage. Also, really quick, let me do a shout out for Hiro Usuda. Hiroko Usuda, who is the environment artist for Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4 and Metal Gear Solid 3, and many, many other things. Wonderful, wonderful artist and original member of Team Silent. Streams on Twitch and has joined us in our chat, in our community several times. So definitely go and follow Usuda-san. It was very cool to have somebody who worked on the environments of Silent Hill 3 and 4 watching me go through and explore the environments of this game. Same photos and everything for the bowling alley. Doesn't look like anything's really changed here. Eddie's pizza box is still here. Oh right, we never opened this. That was this one. 1887. We've got a rusty key. Fancy finger, as is tradition. James holds the key. You gotta get that pinky out. And we can combine this with the small chest. The lid won't open without the right key. And that gives us White Claudia. Which I have an extremely minor nerdy complaint. But I want to look at the bottle and the label and everything first. James's dirty fucking fingernails. Shake well. Before use. The fluid or something fluid EYTR? Aether? Ether? Pure fluid extract. Oh, it's an X. Thank you. I told you I can't read. Pure fluid extract. White Claudia. Okay. I rescind the comment I was about to make. If this is just the extract, So here's the thing with White Claudia. White Claudia, as described in Silent Hill 1, is the raw material. It's the flower. And White Claudia is described as being peculiar to the area of Silent Hill. Now, for the longest time, I misinterpreted that memo in Silent Hill 1. To me, I always understood the word peculiar to mean something is odd or weird or strange. So, when it phrases it that way, that White Claudia is peculiar to the region of Silent Hill, I always interpreted that for the longest time to mean that it's weird or strange or unusual that White Claudia is growing there, like it's a plant that should not exist there, but somehow does. It turns out, when you're referring to plants and flowers and botany, the word peculiar has a different meaning. Peculiar, in reference to botany and flowers, means that it only grows in that location. It is specific to that area. It can only grow around Silent Hill. So White Claudia is something that can only exist near the town. White Claudia itself is the flower, and then the flower is used and refined to make a drug called PTV. I assume that's what we're actually holding in our hands, is the PTV drug. But if it's pure fluid extract of the White Claudia flower that hasn't been fully refined into PTV, I could give that a pass. But I was going to complain about this bottle just being labeled White Claudia, and I'm like, that's the flower, not the drug, which is, I think, what this is supposed to be. English is a dumbass language? Yeah. And then, White Claudia itself is described in Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 as the seeds of the flower having hallucinogenic properties, which is why it's utilized by the cult for various rituals and spiritual experiences. Which will also play into the ending that we can get by using this. That's one of the new endings that was added to Silent Hill 2 Remake. It's a hallucinogenic drug. So, what would James hallucinate? Is essentially the ending. The bliss ending, yeah. I did not acquire it, nor will I be able to do so. However, I can direct you to where it is. You will find it in a place of care, an island of respite, in a sea of suffering. I warned you before, this is a commitment. I hope you can see this now. So, a little hint on where to find the little box, which was in a place of care. That was in Brookhaven, in the garden area, inside of the gazebo. The little island of respite. It's the only place in the garden that's an escape from the rain. See, everything else is all the same here, same notes, and everything we saw here in the fog world. So let's save it and move on to the Historical Society. Wonder if the cult shared manifestations during rituals, or if their rituals would even work outside of Silent Hill. Silent Hill 4 answers that question, yes. Rituals work outside of Silent Hill. Walter was able to succeed in the 21 Sacraments in the town of South Ashfield, a half-day's drive away from Silent Hill. Homecoming as well? Shut up, Yami. We don't include Homecoming. We're having a serious discussion about established lore. I'm sorry, that sounded way meaner. I meant to say it like jokingly. It sounded a lot more sincere than I meant it to. Shut up, Yami. Alright, we're just going to keep this garage jack lever until the end of the game now. Before we go in, let's go ahead and take a trip to the end of Nathan Avenue just to see if there is anything else. Anything different, anything worth kind of re-examining. Mannequins are still flopped out in the road. A reference to the mannequins in Silent Hill 2 original. When you're walking down Nathan Avenue, there's some mannequins that launch themselves over the fence. These, you don't actually get to see them launch. You hear a sound effect of it happening. And then the models are just spawned in on the road. A little bit of a letdown. I was hoping for some flying mannequin action in the remake. Although we get plenty of that in the prison when they start jumping at us from the walls and the ceiling, so... Jaden Daniel, I was always under the assumption the town was playing off of their desire or faith and making it become real. That's how I interpret it. It's also worth making the distinction of sentience. I do not think the town is sentient or thinking about making these decisions. I don't think it's making decisions. I think it just acts as a mirror. It takes what's already inside people's minds and reflects it in different ways. So for Alessa, the town is taking her nightmares and projecting them onto reality. For Silent Hill 2, each of the real characters, James, Eddie, Angela, they're all perceiving their own individual versions of reality based on their own subconscious. Laura is also perceiving a different version of the town, but because she is innocent, as Masahiro Ito describes, she doesn't see any monsters or manifestations, but she's not in the real town either. She's running around the Lakeview Hotel with James, a hotel that is burned down. So she's still experiencing an otherworld of sorts, just one without monsters. A much more tame version compared to James, Eddie, and Angela. So in terms of the cult, I've always interpreted it as none of their gods are real outside of the fact that they believe in them. The town delves into their subconscious and reflects their beliefs into reality. They think their rituals and believe their rituals work, so they do. Their faith is made real. What do you think about this extremely gooey James? Any thoughts? Opinions? Feelings? Yeah, Reaver. In Silent Hill 3, Heather doesn't use the Seal of Metatron. Claudia just says it's a piece of junk. If Claudia believes that it's a piece of junk, and Heather believes Claudia, town reflects that. Power reflects that. It loses its power. It loses its meaning. Okay, there is so much to explore and look at here. We've got our same old computer scanned in, same one that they use all over Brookhaven. We've got another clock. 10 past 9 and 15 seconds. Man, I used that PC in school. Oh, I had a PC just like this when I was a kid. I can remember when we got our first home computer. The place that my mom worked at was upgrading to newer, slightly newer PCs, and they were just going to junk all the old ones. And we didn't have a PC at that time, so my mom went ahead and took one of them and brought it home. And man, a friend of the family helped us out and hooked me up with Doom and Wolfenstein and all sorts of games on that PC. I think that was the same computer that I eventually wound up playing Seventh Guest, which was one of my favorite horror games at the time. Phantasmagoria. A lot of great stuff. Simpler times. Did I ever play Necronomicon? No, actually. Had it for Windows XP, but never got it booted up. I can remember hanging out with a friend of mine who actually played it, but not one that I ever got around to playing myself. King's Quest? Yeah, love me some King's Quest. We've got several copies of the Homecoming reference book. I'm sorry, I take it back, Yami. I know I yelled at you to shut up about Homecoming, but Silent Hill 2 Remake is right here referencing Homecoming. A Brief History of Toluca Lake by Charles Holloway. So the Holloways are one of the founding families of Shepherd's Glen in Silent Hill Homecoming. You primarily deal with Judge Holloway and her daughter, Elle Holloway, in Silent Hill Homecoming. But it's a nice little nod, little reference there. A Brief History of Toluca Lake by Charles Holloway, which Shepherd's Glen would also be familiar with Toluca Lake because they are on the opposite shore of Toluca Lake from Silent Hill. But nice little classic town maps and things. You can see that's the south edge of the lake. What would be Nathan Avenue. And how little there used to be. This whole side of the town didn't exist. Just a few buildings and streets at one point in the town's history. Let's see. Unrendered. And then here we'll be able to go in on this side and look around, but there's another little Easter egg. Let me clip over here. This is an area you're not normally able to access in the Historical Society. This is an Easter egg I've been waiting to show you guys and get here. If you clip out of bounds and take a look here, there are the wonderful members of Bloober Team who made this game. The first Bloober Team game that I like. Sorry, Bloober Team. I just wasn't a fan of Layers of Fear or Layers of Fear 2 or The Medium or Observer or Blair Witch. You guys do some cool visuals, but I didn't have a whole lot of faith in you. But you've converted me. You've made me a fan after this game. And I'm looking forward to Silent Hill 1. But there they are. Look at this. This guy right here with his like Baphomet shirt. They got Silent Hill Pyramid Head shirts on. Good job, Bloober Team. They're making a Silent Hill 1. It was announced this morning. It was officially announced as part of Konami's press start conference. So Silent Hill 1 Remake by Bloober Team is officially in development. Oh, I was gonna walk up the stairs, but collision. It's an area we're not supposed to be in, so there's no collision. I love this, like, twisty staircase and light, too. Just visually. I really like the look of the Remake Historical Society. Got the obsidian goblet. When you come through here during regular new game, it's just a picture of it. But on New Game Plus, the picture is down to the side, and the actual goblet is there, hidden behind the wall. Of course, we gotta take a moment and look at Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. The classic piece of Masahiro Ito artwork. I love the way it's presented here for the remake, where it's got... The original one was a 3D render. Ito fully, like, 3D rendered the scene. And they applied, like, filters to kind of make it look like a flat image. And then Bloober Team kind of went an extra step and added in, like, all these little details of the paint dripping and the brush strokes and the, like, kind of thick globs and areas where the paint is. Again, really great texture detail on these things. And they actually changed the image very slightly. You can see they sort of like painted over it. I don't know if Ito himself did that or if someone from the Bloober Team art department did that, where they added these brush strokes that are more visible around everything. He's got like a darker outline compared to the original one. But still, wonderful, iconic painting. And according to Masahiro Ito, this painting is an actual painting in terms of world building, in terms of lore. Like, if you went to Silent Hill and visited the Historical Society, this is not something being manifested from James's subconscious. This is a painting that exists there as a depiction of the old executioners of the town's past. It's the reason why Pyramid Head looks the way he does and manifests for James. Because this painting, you're a fart face. Mazzy of Silence, thank you so much for the 6 months. But let me finish my thought. Masahiro Ito basically said that this painting exists. When Mary and James were here on vacation, they visited the Historical Society. They saw this painting. This painting is in James's subconscious. And that is why Pyramid Head manifests for him as his punisher, as his executioner. Mazzy, thank you so much for the 6 months. Seriously, I appreciate it. Sorry, I just had to finish my little thought there. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best, what is your level of excitement for Silent Hill 1 Remake? Yeah, I mean, I'm at a 10. I'm excited. I couldn't be more excited. Silent Hill 2 Remake was already very good. It restored my faith in Bloober Team being able to handle these kinds of games. I still have things that I hope they handle well. I hope they still keep their development philosophy of bringing original team members on to their team to help them and act as consultants. The same way they brought Yamaoka and Ito in to consult on this game and help work on aspects of it. Yamaoka mentioning the music, Yamaoka working on music, and Ito working on artwork really helped this game do as well as it did, and it helped kind of guide Bloober Team's development a lot. So hopefully they'll do the same thing for Silent Hill 1, but yeah, I'm excited. Renish, you didn't mention it, but the other painting and photo above the Bloober Team one is the OG team, by the way. It's just harder to see. Like, this is clearly a much higher resolution photo. This one is so much more blurred. You can't really even make out faces of people. And there's a texture, a picture of people standing this way, just like the original as well. I don't know if I've got... I don't want to take the time to pull up the comparison image, but there's an image just like this one in the OG game. So I figured it was just a reference to that portrait of people in suits. So I don't know if you have a source confirming 100% that this is the OG team. Because, like, this one, it's very clear to tell who they are. This one, I don't doubt, based on the proximity of it, that it could be that. But just because we don't have a very good, clear image of these people, I have doubt, unless you have source. Don't have a source, but I've seen the top one before too. Again, in the original Silent Hill 2, there's an image just like this one. I've pointed it out in my story playthroughs of Silent Hill 2 Remake because there's one of the guys whose face looks particularly pale in the background. And I always said it looked like Michael Myers. Although this crazy hair looks like there's a beard could very easily be Ito. Ito's got a very distinct look about him. And that could potentially be him. Rainish says, I did a dive into the files, and this texture is called HSOG Crew Standard Inst. And from the files, it was supposed to be focusable at some point based on the files where it tells you it's the original creators. The focus is called Painting Focus Historical Society Original Creators BP. All right. I will take your word for it, because I have not done a deep dive into the files and textures themselves just yet, so... But I'll take your word for that. Again, based on the proximity, it would make sense to have new developers, old developers, kind of both acknowledged on the same wall. And again, that crazy hair and what looks to be like a beard could very much be Ito. It's just so fuzzy. It's hard to tell. Actually, hang on. This morning, I pulled up a picture of Team Silent from earlier this year. when they all got together for drinks. So, sorry, Yamaoka. See, Ito's always had that crazy hair, and he used to have like the longer goatee. I think that could be Ito there on the top left. But yeah, I brought this photo up during this morning's Konami conference, whatever, presentation, because I was speculating that many of these core team members, Team Silent, might be involved with Silent Hill 1 Remake. It's a very common practice with businesses and dev teams and stuff like that in Japan and all over the world, but in Japan especially, to go out for drinks when you're planning a project or pitching ideas or making a contract with other companies. Going out for dinner, going out for drinks is a very common part of that practice. And this is Team Silent, OG Team Silent, reuniting earlier this year for drinks. And now Silent Hill 1 Remake has been officially announced as being in development. We also know that Silent Hill 2 Remake was an idea that wound up being pitched over a night of drinks. Ito and Yamaoka talk about that during like the first Silent Hill transmission, where they very first announced it. So I'm wondering if they're going to have more of the original developers involved with Silent Hill 1 Remake, considering they only had Yamaoka and Ito for Silent Hill 2 Remake and it did really well. Might be even better to have Silent Hill 1 Remake get all of them. So, we'll see. It's just my theory for now. But I can't help but wonder, all those guys getting together suddenly over drinks, even after all these years, and then a Silent Hill 1 remake gets announced, there may be a reason for that. It might not be a coincidence. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. Let's grab our obsidian goblet. No fancy fingers. Love the details on it. The snake coiled around the stem. And of course, the painting of it. Title unknown, author unknown. Portrait of a man and a woman together. An engraving on a stone. Or some sort of clay. Porcelain. Ivory. Something. Going to be a lot of neat little objects in all these display cases. Just want to take my time and look at them closely as I can. J.H. Stewart, 106 Strand, London. J.H. Stewart. I'm Googling. James Henry Stewart. Head optician. In London, 1852. Opticians and scientific instrument makers. So I believe we're looking at a scientific instrument from James Henry Stewart. James Henry Stewart, 1817 to 1896, established J.H. Stewart in London in 1852. As head optician, J.H. Stewart became incorporated as J.H. Stewart Limited on February 1st, 1913. The company produced a large range of items for military use and advertised in their catalogs that they produced instruments for reconnoitring. I've never seen that word. RECONNOITRING. Reconnoitring? Sketching, night marching, signally, and gun laying. They were well thought of with their work to such a standard that they were opticians to the British and foreign governments, the National Rifle Associations of England, India, Canada, and the colonies, and the National Artillery Association. Interesting. Actual history. Still doesn't quite answer what that device might be, but it's something that I'll do some more research into in my off time. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith, date of birth and death unknown. A depiction of the local area. The style indicates it was done sometime around the 1820s when the region was far less populated with sparse infrastructure. Painting itself missing. Which was also the same way in the original. You only get the description of the waterfront landscape. Silent Hill Historical Society founders. So if we've got one portrait of Bloober Team, one portrait of Team Silent, I wonder who these historical society founding members are. If it's another group that is meant to reflect actual people, or fictional characters as part of the town's history. So here we have the Lady of the Light story. So we have Maria's version of this story that she tells us earlier when her and James sort of stop off at that little park and talk about that statue before going into the theater. Here we get a different version of that same Lady of the Light story. Among the local legends is that of the Lady of the Light. The story tells of a woman who was accused and found guilty of witchcraft. As punishment, she was taken to a small island out on the lake, a minuscule stretch of rocky soil devoid of any food or shelter. There she was to suffer a slow, excruciating death as her body succumbed to cold and hunger. However, unbeknownst to the rest of the townsfolk, there was a young man among them who, having gazed into the woman's eyes, as bright and beautiful as a midsummer's moon, had vowed undying love for her. When she was convicted, wrongly as he believed, he swore that he would not let her suffer such a cruel fate. While waiting for an opportunity to abscond with his beloved, every night he would sneak out and row across the lake, which is why we also find that rowboat on the shores of the lake next to the Historical Society, another little bit of symbolism there, bringing her food and something to keep her warm. And every night, the woman would stand there on the shore holding a lit candle to help him find his way. But then one night, when the sky was exceptionally clear, devoid of even a wisp of cloud, the young man set out on his nightly escapade. As always, he would look out into the distance, looking for the light in the darkness that would lead him to his beloved. On that night, however, the moon shone so bright and so vibrant, stronger than any candle could. Seeing the light's reflection in the water, the young man was led astray. He rowed and rowed and rowed, following the reflected light, hoping against hope he could reach it. He did not care for his aching arms or the shortness of his breath, utterly mesmerized by the illusory light. When his boat tipped over, the man was so exhausted from rowing, so weakened were his arms, that he was not able to swim to shore. Thus he succumbed to a watery grave. Although left alone, the woman on the island never lost hope. She kept coming out at night and kept lighting the candle. The legend says that those looking for true love can still see the lady's light out on the lake, shining to bring her beloved home. While the story is clearly meant as a metaphor and a cautionary tale, it is, to a certain extent, rooted in reality, as the area has indeed seen its share of religious persecution, such as that of Jennifer Carroll. It doesn't say Jennifer Carroll, but we know they're talking about Jennifer Carroll. So very different take on that local legend compared to what Maria told us earlier. And again, we get these parallels to James rowing out on the lake, as we're going to do after the labyrinth in prison, following the lighthouse to get to the hotel, which is essentially getting to marry his beloved. The idea of being led astray somewhat how Maria might be potentially kind of influencing him and leading him off from the truth. Really interesting. Yeah, text and everything matches. Wondering how many corpses are in Toluca Lake at this point? You don't have to answer me, just thinking out loud. If we're to go off of the monument in Rosewater Park, I'm going to answer you anyway. It's 67. But there's likely much more than that. There's many other people who probably took their own lives, things that went undocumented, unrecorded. The disappearance of, like, the little Baroness and all these other mysteries and accidents and people going missing. 67 is the recorded number for the monument in Rosewater Park, but it's probably more. It's probably more. Our picture of the whole foreshadowing, where we're going to be jumping down. This was also something in the environment in the original Historical Society, but not clearly examinable like this. It was just like a part of the wall decorations. Just wanted to look, because there's this sort of thing hanging up behind the flag. I was curious if there's any real detail or texture to it. It doesn't look like it. Of course, our very long staircase down leading to the prison. Name scratched over. Illegible. Former director of Brookhaven Hospital. So we saw several portraits of men presumed to be previous Brookhaven Hospital directors all throughout Brookhaven. Name is scratched out. That looks like an H. You can kind of see some little bits and pieces of letters here. That could potentially be an E. Henry. Henry Townsend. Is it just Henry with a mustache? Some ancestor? It honestly does look a bit like Henry. Kind of funny. Interesting. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. The hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to the area. Originally, it was little more than a shack, but has since expanded into a fully fledged medical establishment. Very similar picture and description to the original. I also like that the historical version of Brookhaven looks a lot closer to the way Brookhaven looked in the original Silent Hill 2, since it looks fairly different for the Silent Hill 2 remake. Mary's not standing out front this time, like the picture of the hospital found in the Brookhaven lobby. Mary was in that picture. I missed it. So it's a picture of a bunch of nurses all sitting on the steps out front of Brookhaven. When you first go into the hospital, it's just the nurses. Once you transition to the nighttime, after going up to the other floor, Maria goes off into the other room, and it's dark and raining outside. If you revisit the lobby and examine that picture again, Mary is standing in front of the doors in the back row behind the nurses. So it changes. But yeah, if you want to see that for yourself, it was in the previous parts of this playthrough. You can watch them through the VODs on my YouTube channel. The Wilts Coal Mine. Established around 1850, it remained operational until the early 1900s. The mine played a key role in the revitalization of Silent Hill. It's important to note, this is not the movie. There is the Wilts Coal Mine, which is an established part of Silent Hill's history. It did not catch fire. There is no coal mine fire burning under the town. There is no ash falling from the skies. They mined all the coal out until the mine was closed. That's when the town had to basically convert to being a tourism destination rather than relying on the coal. And a vase, some floral patterns and imagery. One of the recurring themes throughout the game. A lot of red and green or pink and green on white. I feel like very reminiscent of things that Mary liked. Her dresses, her blankets, her handkerchiefs, their wallpaper, a lot of aspects of their home and their life and Mary herself are kind of reflected through the recurring floral themes. Some more foreshadowing here. This is the rooftop area where the final boss is fought. Final boss arena being foreshadowed. Was another thing that was in the original. It was not something that could be examined, just a random picture stuck up on the wall. The historical nutrition supplement next to a reel of film. It's mine now. Horse hooves, horseshoes, rather, and bridle. Renish, in the files, that painting is referred to as a painting room, by the way. This one? Painting room. I mean, it is a painting of a room. The Lady of the Light, the unveiling of one of two statues commemorating the local folk tale. Presumably the other one is the Jennifer Carroll statue, since they were about to mention Jennifer Carroll in the version of the story we read here in the Historical Society. Not sure what's the thing depicted in the center, though. So, to me, the big giveaway is the high walls with the windows all the way up top, which is exactly how the final boss arena is depicted, where you have your last confrontation against Boss Mary. And her bed is normally here. So to me, this looks like the back part, like the headboard of the bed facing away. It's at a different angle than the bed that Mary's in if you encounter her on the roof at that particular ending. You can even see like the metal floor, like the pipes and grating and stuff here, where the metal staircase that you take to get up here brings you and then falls away. Our picture of the Lady of the Light. Creepy. The eye and the face and the silhouette like that reminds me of Lisa from PT. Yeah, gouge it out. Also, another Silent Hill fan whose stuff that I really like, Bob Vids, pointed out that this person in the crowd wearing a hat, it's like a white hat with a black ribbon wrapped around the middle, looks like somebody mooning the camera, and now I can't unsee it. Ooh, it's magical and floating. X122. Yeah, the heliphone. The magical heliphone. Changes in insurance prices. We've seen these newspapers all over. City unsure the problem. We also saw this book in Brookhaven. This is the a Latin translation of the Bible. I remember coming across that in Brookhaven and looking up some of the Latin to see what it brought up in a search. And it was like a specific Latin edition. Of the Bible. Film projector. Or film camera. I think projector. Riv 88B. We've got a redwood piano. Aqua Plantag. What's this? Aqua Plantage. That's not a thing. A plantag. Something S. Oh, no, it's a real thing. Hold on. I found the actual object. The Hydrea Apothecary Vase from the Myopolska Virtual Museum. So it's a Polish virtual museum of Malopolska. Sorry. Malopolski. Can I... It's a real jar? Yeah, so... Here's the real one. So I guess Bloober Team used some items from this virtual museum to recreate them as 3D assets to use in the game. I'm trying to pull up some more information. It's an apothecary vessel for blessed thistle water. They're already 3D on the website. What I mean is, Bloober Team would have to take the 3D images from the website, scan them in to create a 3D model that could then be placed into the game in Unreal Engine. Like, you see what I mean? Apothecary vessel for blessed thistle water, 1706, from Italy. No, they're literally 3D models on the website. They just pulled them. I wish Tassadul was here. He's more experienced in terms of how models and things work. I'm not a game dev, but I don't know how compatible these models or what file format they're in, where they could literally just be ripped and placed into the engine. Maybe that's what happened. But if anything, they still have high definition 3D assets to pull from to create their own version of it, if that's what they did, or if it's a compatible 3D model for their engine for Unreal 5, then they could rip them and place it in. Again, I'm not a game dev. I'm not familiar with how those things work. I would have assumed they could use the 3D data of the model to create their own version of it, their own copy of it, that's usable for the game. It would still be identical. It would still be 3D. Cool looking items though. And again, cool to see that these are actual things. I assume these statues, like the busts, are also from that museum. That same virtual museum. Very cool. PZS Wawel 5169/2. Various different markings, things to identify it. Whoops. Probably for the, again, if these are all 3D models taken from that museum, they probably have identifying markers on them as well. Flipping through, looking at stuff on the other side. I was trying to see the backside of the violin. Hey, the brass deer statue. We saw a bunch of these in the apartments and Brookhaven and some other locations already. Books and things up there. Storage box. Drinking stein. A little devil on the other side, holding a pitchfork. Ah, this is the same thing that was over there in the shelf. A little cleaner view of it, sitting out on the table. Little Baroness. Yep, the Little Baroness, the maiden voyage of 1916. Oh. So, Little Baroness, you find a note kind of talking about the Little Baroness, or part of the Little Baroness story, in the prison, in the warden's office, in the original Silent Hill 2. And then the story of the Little Baroness was expanded upon for the Silent Hill arcade game, which is all about a group of teens from the historical society, from a college, basically historical club, going to Silent Hill and meeting a little girl and these things that are, and people who are descendants of people involved with the Little Baroness. One of the characters, Eric, is a descendant of the captain of the Little Baroness, and this little girl is a descendant of one of the victims of the Little Baroness, whose mother actually killed her, threw her overboard. The arcade game, the Silent Hill arcade game, it's not great, but it is interesting. And I at least applaud the effort of taking a memo from Silent Hill 2 about this one little event and writing a whole story around it and trying to expand on that. Very similar to Silent Hill 4. in that regard, where they took this one note, couple of mentions of Walter Sullivan from Silent Hill 2 and expanded it all into its own story and lore. The low poly taxidermy bird. We saw that in some other places. Mannequin head. That is the mannequin head from the mannequins in the Woodside Apartments, because it is Maria/Mary. It is the head scan of Salome Gunner's daughter, the actress playing Mary and Maria. The butt hat. Is this the infamous butt hat? Cifrino. Like a cigar box. I think we wound up seeing these in Under the Bar in Heaven's Night. Same books we've seen. New Damnation. Full helmet. All this stuff just laying in there. More taxidermy birds. What's wrong with your face? What are you, little pig creature? Statue thing? That's me. I'm sorry. Sorry, Oleander. Cow? Sure. It's ladder goat. The fashion cow. Those little porcelain figures that grandmas collect? Oh, absolutely. One of our Easter egg mysterious photos. The new clock. And it's an IV drip. Part of the you've been here for 2 decades Easter egg. But I love the symbolism of it, the reference of it. The IV drip, Mary's illness becoming the new clock. Just sort of watching time tick by with every drop in the IV bag. Awesome. Oh, right, and the telescope. Tassadul is not here. But wanted us to be sure and look at the low poly telescope. He said to look at the telescope and see if that was just a problem with his graphics or if it's just like that. And I can confirm for you now, Tassadul. It's just like that. So many of these like super high res photorealistic scanned in objects right next to this like PlayStation 2 telescope. It's very jarring. The wooden legs look really good. Yeah, like the stand of it is this very detailed textured wood with like chips and scratches and everything. And then the telescope itself is oof, a little bit rough. Another violin sitting over here. Hey Varvik. No, I'm late to the party, but man, what a great news about upcoming Remake being made by the same team. Hey, don't worry about it. That's all people are going to be talking about for a while. Is Silent Hill F coming up in a few months? And Silent Hill 1 Remake being announced. Oh, I love the boat sound. The boat sound for the long staircase. The little Baroness, she's calling us. The demon cows are mooing. Moo. I'll just leave this up the 12 hours. 12 hours of mooing staircase. And James' silhouette. Well, We're not going to go down there tonight. We're going to save that for next time.